session, Mayor and City Council meeting, 6:04 p.m., Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025, City Hall Complex, Council Chambers. Call this meeting to order. Would you please rise for a pledge of allegiance? Councilwoman Melendez, would you do us the honor?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Gracias. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask everybody to rise, and we're going to do a minute of silence on behalf of Congressman Grijalva. Would you please rise? Thank you. Very supportive gentleman for our community. Thank you. No call to the public, Letty, we said? Thank you. We move on to presentations, update on the City of Nogales Public Safety Operation Center. Police Chief Carlos Jimenez, please, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. I have a loud enough voice, but I'll do that again. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and city staff and members of the audience. Today's presentation will provide a summary snapshot of the inception and progress of the police department's PSOC. What the PSOC stands for there is the Public Safety Operations Center. That is currently under development at the Armory on Western Avenue. We will share with you vital basis for the project to continue and proceed with the continued support of the City Council, Mayor, and City staff. We're hoping to complete the first phase of the project, which is the PSAP, which stands for the Public Safety Answering Point. In other words, it's a fancy name for our 911 center, by the spring of 2026. We will provide you with the current infrastructure concerns that prompted the planning and eventually inception of this project, from seeking and securing funding and continuing to seek additional funding sources, and also site selection, which are the two vital aspects in the successful completion of this project. While we all agree that the importance of this daily needed enhancement improvements, we cannot forget the most important component of the solution, and that is the human factor. We will demonstrate the importance of investing in all aspects of law enforcement, public safety, fire safety, and provide points of emphasis in this presentation, the vital role that members of the police department, police officers, communication officers, and support staff present. And lastly, and most importantly, we will share with you information and audio from two critical incidents that highlight the dedication, professionalism, and commitment of your police department. I'm going to turn this over to the way capable hands of Assistant Chief Robert Gallegos, and he'll continue with the presentation. Here, a little arrow. This arrow moves it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the community. I guess it is a little loud. Basically, we're improving the quality of life here in Nogales since 1893. Some of our strategic pillars include we're real big. When I say we, I mean the Nogales Police Department. We're real big on community partnerships, professional growth and development, the infrastructure improvements that we want to do, and the technology mobilization that we're currently trying to improve on. Our current NPD facilities date back to 1972 and have not had any meaningful updates since initially built. They do not meet current public safety standards or best practices. Our facilities are incapable of housing all operations with our current footprint that we have. We do not have adequate space for normal operations, meetings, trainings, etc. There is no secure area to receive, process, interview, or hold arrestees, witnesses, and including victims of crimes. The general public is routinely exposed to arrestees and prisoners that we bring to the Nogales Police Department. My apologies. My son is calling. So he's probably looking at it on YouTube. I thought I turned it off. My apologies. Where was I? Okay. Our public safety telecommunicators have direct contact with the public. This is an adequate practice. This is basically our 911 dispatchers receiving, answering calls, helping the community, and then people coming into the lobby, answering with them directly as well. This is an adequate practice. There's no adequate facilities to manage major events or logistical operations, as evidenced by the COVID-19 pandemic, the street release by USBP of asylum seekers, etc. As you all know, Nogales is not a typical small city. 2020 census, official Nogales population consists of 19,770. Our typical floating population is 60,000 daily commuters and people just crossing through our city, coming through our city. We have 3.39 million pedestrian annual border crossers, 7.4 million annual vehicle passengers entering the U.S. through Nogales, 194,657 annual bus passengers entering the U.S. through Nogales. Our city has 34.5 billion of cross-border trade, which is 89% of Arizona's total. In 2024, the following entered the United States through Nogales: 568,995 loaded truck containers, 61,326 loaded rail cars, 3,778,586 passenger vehicles, and 10,923 buses. Again, like I said, not our typical small city. And I really want to condemn and I appreciate all the job that our Nogales Police Department does, to include dispatch, officers, communications, evidence. We're all working together as a team. Just a little timeline on the PSOC. NPD has been operating since 1893 and has shared the same building with 5 other departments since the 1970s, which includes city administration, city attorney's office, the finance department, city court, and the water department. NPD has consistently played an important and proactive role in our community safety. NPD has seen an increase of illegal drug smuggling, human trafficking, money laundering, and firearms smuggling due to Nogales' proximity to Mexico's transportation and mitigation corridor. Police technology and services have evolved significantly, enhancing efficiency, safety, and investigative capabilities. In an increasingly digital world, police departments must adapt new technologies. Police departments are expected to introduce everything from body cameras to advanced data management systems. Implementing these technological tools comes with its own set of challenges, which includes training officers, ensuring data security, and of course, managing costs. In 2023, NPD submitted and was granted the Arizona border, my apologies, the Arizona Border Fence and Technology Grant from the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, which furthers our Arizona Wireless Integrated Network System communications project. This system allows NPD to use the statewide system maintained by Arizona Department of Public Safety, which allows for advanced radio communications within the city and in the entire state. The total amount granted was $10,763,350, which is currently being used for all radio communication equipment needed to transition to AZ Winds. And like I said, towards the end of this presentation, you guys will see the importance of where all this technology and all this money is going to. And it's, to all of us, it's still fresh in our minds. In March of 2024, NPD was directed to evaluate the Armory for establishing the PSOC. NPD briefed city management and the mayor about the facility's condition to include deficiencies and facilitated tours of the facility for various elected officials and senior management personnel. NPD was directed to look for funding to convert the former Armory into the PSOC and relocate the present Nogales 911 Dispatch Operations Center, also known as PSAP, which is a public safety answering point. In April of 2024, NPD submitted a congressional appropriation request for $15,477,000 for the Operations Center. This request was ultimately not granted, though we will resubmit a request in the same amount to build our administration and investigation offices at the PSOC site again, and we will be doing this year again, so hopefully we'll get lucky and get it. Our lieutenant, who's our grants expert, hopefully will get it for us. No pressure. In September of 2024, NPD submitted a proposal to the Arizona Department of Public Safety Border Support Program for the amount of $4.9 million to proceed with the PSOC development at the Armory. In December of 2024, NPD was awarded a $1.37 million grant pending a City of Nogales matching agreement for the same amount. The grant agreement was presented to City Council in February of 2025, and the matching amount was approved. The total amount of proposed funding just for the PSOC is $2,740,000, which includes the City of Nogales match. And the total amount and breakdown of this grant is $110,000 will fund for a police canine and a police vehicle, canine vehicle. $296,280 will fund mobile data sphere projects for 40 police vehicles, which will enhance communication capabilities. And then the $1,370,000 plus a matching $1,370,000 will contribute to renovation. The funds specific to the PSOC will be issued via reimbursement of on quarterly basis upon receipt of invoices as we're making the construction and stuff that we're doing at the PSOC, which is a total amount of $3,146,280. Some of the major upgrades needed at the Armory include the electrical. The electrical needs upgrade. Current service is 50 plus years old and is undersized and single phase. We'll upgrade to a 480 volt, 3-phase service. We will get a backup generator, which needs to be purchased new, properly sized, and integrated with new electrical service. The HVAC, current AC units are inoperable and not repairable due to using now banned R22 refrigerant. All new HVAC systems will be required and will be dependent upon both the new electrical service and the new floor plan. And I'll show you a floor plan of what we're trying to, what we're looking at a little bit later. The roof is currently, well, it has multiple leaks, but it's currently going under renovation. The perimeter fencing and exterior lighting needs upgrades and repairs, along with new gates, access control, and additional secure areas. Again, we are currently preparing for renovation of these, the exterior fencing. As you know, if you guys go to other police departments anywhere, the fencing, it's secluded from the community and the public. The sewer and plumbing, currently being evaluated for upgrades with new electrical service and associated trenching. The final floor plan will impact this activity. Problems have been identified with some site drains. And in the communications, the current city metro fiber optic network will be extended to the PSOC, along with redundant microwave link to support the Nogales 911 dispatch, the AZ winds, and the normal city corporate networking and phone service. Some of our NPD communication statistics, as I mentioned before, times have changed and things are, times are changing. That's all I can say. In 2017, NPD was granted a fourth call-taking position by the Arizona State 911 office as a result of the increase in calls received and processing times. And there's a photo included in slide 13, and I'll explain a little bit more as that slide comes up. And just so that you know that you can note the access to the police department's main entrance lobby, and you'll see what I'm talking about. The NPD has maintained efficiency to meet and exceed Arizona State standards regarding calls received and calls processed. And then the next 3 slides of this presentation are for reference, and specific highlights will be emphasized. So NPD communications calls for service. And this slide is kind of hard to read. But basically what it says is the percentage of the calls answered by our communications personnel is answered within 15 seconds or less at a 99.44%. So anytime a call comes in, they will get an answer within 15 seconds or less, 99.44% of the time. And then during our peak hours, which is, I guess you get a 20 second increase during peak hours. 100% of the time, somebody will answer the phone 20 seconds or less when calls are at its heaviest. Again, I don't know if I mentioned this, but these are 2023 statistics. 2024 will be until next year. The total calls that we received for 2023 were 58,614 calls. The total answered calls was 55,067, and the total abandoned calls was 3,038. Basically, sometimes they'll hang up, but we do call them back to make sure everything's okay. So those are our numbers for 2023. What it comes down to, average telephone busy time, the call duration in minutes using decimals from phone records, which is basically what each call, what the time each call it takes is 1 minute and 12 seconds. Every time somebody calls and the dispatcher answers a call, that call will last 1 minute and 12 seconds. The average call completion time, which consists of the data entry, the call being received, and the call being dispatched by the dispatcher, is an additional 40 seconds. So the average processing time that our dispatchers handle a call is 1 minute and 52 seconds, and this includes when they answer the call, get all the information. enter the information and dispatch the information to all officers is 1 minute and 52 seconds. Our department averages 39.47 calls an hour. So with this increase, and this is the fourth call taking position that was granted to us due to the increase of calls that we received, is, I don't know if you can see, but on the far left there where it says AZ 911 awarded the fourth position, those are 3 screens. Right next to the screen is the lobby window, which is right in between the third call taking position. So our fourth taking call position normally consists of more monitors, but due to it not being able to fit, we had to forego one of the monitors and just use it with the 4 that are currently there. So as you can see, it's and this is all in the lobby, so people as you walk in can see all this. Unfortunately, so this is what I'm talking about regarding not the best practice. And at the same time, our dispatchers need to focus on calls coming in, and then they're also dealing with the people that are coming in. So that's when I say best practice, that's what I'm talking about. This is a picture of our current processing center. There's 5 people in there, as you can see. The far 2 in the back, that's stations 1 and 2. We got 2 dispatchers working, taking calls, working 911. And then we have 2 here in the far closest to the frame. They're at the basically lobby handling telephone calls. And again, this total space, they're in approximately 70 square footage space. These 5 people handling these calls for service. Hopefully, with your support and with the community support, our future MPD PSAP within the PSOC will be approximately 1,300 square feet. So if you see like those yellow, those are kind of stations. Those are 6 stations that the PSOC can hold. If we do get the additional funding, we can create other stuff there, like the dispatch supervisor's office, large training and conference rooms. We have a storage area. We have SWAT, and where we could put our SWAT and armory weapons in the back. There's a room where we can hold interviews. We can hold prisoners that are away from the general public when we do need to interview or hold or even bring in victims of crimes to isolate them from the community. Any questions on that? I don't know if you guys can see or read.
Vice Mayor?
Mr. Gallegos, just for the information of the audience, when you say armory, are you talking about the National Guard Armory?
Yes, sir. It's the
Western Avenue?
the old National Guard Armory.
Okay. And my other question, you said you received like 55,000 911 calls during the 2024?
And the what? I'm sorry.
During 2024, you received like 55,000 911 calls?
Not just 911 calls. It's all calls coming in,
All calls.
including it's 58,614. All calls coming in either on 911 phone number or just regular MPD numbers.
So how do you distinguish if it's if the county, somebody from the county calls 911? Does the Nogales PD answer that, or does the county sheriff answer that?
Sometimes, well, if they call this number, they still have to answer, and then if it's something in the county, then they'll refer the call to the SO and have them either give them the number, or if it's an emergency situation, they can cross-patch directly to the SO.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead now, officer.
So why invest in public safety? Currently, NPD is allotted 78 positions, 58 sworn officers, and 20 support staff. An excess amount of staff attrition within the past 5 years has been ongoing. We have 72 total personnel that have left the department, which is over 91.02% turnover rate within the last 5 years. The police profession is facing challenges all over the country, and it's getting more and more difficult to recruit and retain. In the past, at least 10 applicants applied per month. Currently, 1 or 2 applicants apply per month to become police officers. We had one Thursday, and we only had 1 applicant. So, like I said, we're losing, and we're trying to recruit as fast as we can. In the past, it's important to understand that every time you hear a police vehicle with lights and sirens activated, they're going to help someone in need and are immediately placing themselves in harm's way. We take that for granted a lot of the times, but as an administrator, I know that it's every time that my officers are going to an emergency, it's an alert tone, they're going to help somebody, and they immediately place themselves in danger, even just responding to the call. NPD takes tremendous pride in protecting and serving our community. The following is a short list of what's really happened in our city. Obviously, I made it a very short list. There's so many other calls, but I think we need to highlight some of the things that have been happening in our city. So EOW is end of watch, meaning that it's the last, we basically lost an officer. OIS is an officer-involved shooting. In April 27th of 2018, end of watch, officer-involved shooting of Officer Jesus Cordova, batch 252. May of 2021, end of watch, Officer Jeremy Brinton, batch 218, on an accident. May 24th of 2021, we had an officer-involved shooting by Walmart in Grand, which is a semi-tractor trailer incident. January 11th of 2022, had a homicide at the Time Hotel on Grand Avenue. January 13th, 2022, had officer-involved shooting by Court and Little Page regarding that homicide suspect. January 16th of 2022, got an attempted murder-suicide at the Flagstone Apartments, where the suspect shot a victim and then shot himself in the head. They both lived. April 10th of 2023, officer-involved shooting at the Circle K on West Mariposa Road. June 4th of 2024, attempted murder-suicide at a Fairway Drive, which is Meadow Hills. The suspect stabbed the victim and then tried stabbing himself when officers arrived. December 5th, 2024, officer-involved shooting on Western Avenue. January 6th, 2025, homicide in Monte Carlo. As you can see, not a normal small city. And why do we point this out? Because a lot of times we forget, but we need to understand that what it is that our officers do on a day in, day out basis. This next part here, I kind of had trouble actually putting up this slide, the following slides, because it's hard, and it'll always be hard.
we're gonna be playing some audio just so the audience knows that involves some of these incidents that the assistant chief just mentioned. If you feel that you're not capable of hearing the audio that we're just about to play, you're welcome to leave the room in the meantime. But understand that some of this audio is a little bit sensitive. So just kind of disclaimer that we're putting out there.
So obviously, these are just really short audio clips that regarding this call. I left out a lot of them. I just need you guys to understand what it is that our communications dispatchers, our officers do, and it's not easy. So I know the radio, some people might not understand, so I put a little description on what it is. This is the April 27, 2018, end of watch officer involved shooting of Officer Jesus Cordova. So he's badge 252, so if you hear 252, that's him talking. This is the initial radio alert tone, which is of a 1040, which is a stolen vehicle in progress at the Mikasa trailer park. 1051 means to proceed with caution because the subject is armed. The vehicle is a black Jaguar. And again, this call started all the way in the county, and it's, to this day, if we had more information, who knows what could have happened. But here's the clip.
Call 242-278, 240 in progress, just left 2901 North Grand Avenue, Mikasa Park. It's going to be a black Jaguar. Stand by for further. Also, 251 RCS advising that the male subject that stole the vehicle is armed. Get off, 13 show.
This next one is 252, which is Officer Cordova. Immediately locates the vehicle southbound on North Grand Avenue, just past Mikasa Trailer Park. He gets behind the vehicle as it turns onto West Mesa Verde and into the Villas Market and gives the vehicle's license plate.
Mr. Gallegos,
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor has a question, sir.
I just have a question for legal. By playing these videos, are we compromising any litigation involved?
This is public record, and there is no pending litigation, but either criminal or internal or civil.
All right.
So he gets behind the vehicle as it turns onto West Mesa Verde and into the Villas Market and gives the vehicle's license plate. 252 then calls off that he'll be attempting a code 6, which is a traffic stop, and calls out bailout, which typically means the occupant exited the vehicle and possibly was running away on foot, which we get routinely.
But to the vehicle is black Jaguar, traveling southbound Grand Avenue, just passing on Mikasa Trailer Park.
Copy 212. Yeah, visual of black Jaguar southbound on Grand Avenue, passing Mikasa Trailer Park.
Should go on into Mesa Verde, Arizona, Paul X-ray, Zam, 0254, entering the Villas.
Copy entering the VS 1443.
Villas attempting code 6, got a bailout.
Copy bill, that's break. Unit 7, right?
This next is officers and dispatch asking 252 to repeat the location and for further information, and there's no answer from 252.
Talk to you further.
252 status.
This next one, again, dispatch calling out to 252 to obtain further status. No answer. Dispatch asking if any units has visual of 252 because he's not answering the radio, and the RP, which is a reporting party, stated they heard shots fired. Dispatch again attempts to contact 252 for a security check.
And you guys have visual of 252? RC has shots fired.
59-189.
Copy. Just for info, 252 hasn't answered. 252 security check.
This next one, dispatch then advises over the radio that the officer has been shot.
Just for info, officer is shot.
And then this last one, officers arrive on scene and immediately calls off for meds, which is NFD. And this is when we tragically, 252 was taken away from us.
211 on 6. 211 on 6. 50 minutes. 50 minutes.
Copy 211, mention up.
So as you can see, as Assistant Chief Gallego explained, there were short spurts of the radio transmissions that occurred that day. But what we're trying to point out is really the dependency we have on our communication center. And you can tell that our dispatchers at no point panicked or lost any control of the situation. And that's why we did put up there that the calm demeanor that the dispatchers had. The next incident that we're going to talk about is the officer-involved shooting at the Walmart. If you guys aren't familiar, it was a pretty intense situation that originated in the county and involved a semi-truck that the driver of the semi-truck, I should say, was involved in some type of assault incident in the county and decided to flee north on the interstate. But when it reached the checkpoint, it saw that the U.S. Border Patrol was there checking cars, so it made a U-turn, if you can believe that, on the freeway through the medium and started heading south. And that's when we were alerted that the semi was heading into town, and we got involved with this. So at the beginning, you can see that one of our officers here, which is his badge number, is 255, says, regarding a semi and possible shots fired. And here's the
Sir, be advised that there's a runaway truck heading southbound. BP, the SOs engaged. There could be shots fired.
So that's the
Point right now.
So that just highlights what I just explained, that the semi was making its way north, and when it encountered the checkpoint, that's when it turned around through the medium, and there was some exchange of gunfire there at the checkpoint. And then that's when the officers were alerted of this, and they responded to try to basically deflate the tires of the semi on the interstate. But the semi decided to take the exit on exit 8 and continued south on Grand Avenue. And
255, 246, 254 has the RP, and they'll be in route to set up.
Roger that, sir. Fancy, 13 copy. I'll be sent by the RB.
Airport. Just for info, I can only get a couple of transmissions from the installer.
once again, you can hear that the officers and our comm center is preparing for this vehicle that's basically coming into town and driving in a really reckless and dangerous manner. It's bad enough when it's a passenger vehicle, but when you have a semi with its tractor and trailer all at once, it becomes a pretty dangerous situation. As mentioned, they were trying to block the exits to keep this vehicle on the interstate, but it did not. So then one of our officers at one of the times did hurt himself while trying to get to those locations.
Here's a report outbound. I can encourage traffic to start hurrying up. Don't slow it down. 10, passing kilometer 10. Miles per hour, he's in lane number 2. We are approaching the exit 8, still in the number 2 lane. Copy that. Still in the number 2 lane, 1330. Head towards the unit. He's going to run the unit. 1339, copy that.
At that point, we determined that the incident was too dangerous, and we terminated any engagement or pursuit of this vehicle. We kept a visual on it from a distance, and we saw that it had exited at exit 8 and continued south on North Grand Avenue, and continued all the way up to when it entered the Walmart parking lot off Grand Avenue, not White Park Drive, which once again is pretty difficult for a semi to make its way into that parking lot.
45, shut down, 245. We're passing White Park right now. South on Grand, still in the number 1 lane. Copy, passing White Park, still in the number 1 lane, 1336. He's switching to the number 2 lane. He's going into Walmart. Copy, going to Walmart, 1336. 113, so he was going into Walmart. Copy, 113, 1336. Reliable time, copy, medical time, 1337.
And once the vehicle did enter the semi-tractor trailer entered Walmart, it basically stopped at the west entrance to the Walmart. And at that point, we were trying to disable the tractor trailer by cutting the parking brakes, which would lock the brakes and allow it not to move safely or efficiently. But it did continue to move and eventually made its way back onto Grand Avenue.
Rolling past the front of the Walmart. Copy. Passing all Walmart. Rolling in front of the Walmart. It's going in front of the Walmart, possibly going distance. Copy, possible distance. Okay, copy, hold on, it's stopping. Copy, 1313. He's right in front of the Walmart. Or the grocery store. Where are you in the country? Copy, subject barricaded, 1338. We need to set up a perimeter. Let's start looking at the outside, not only the vehicle. Set up a perimeter. 34, you cover the blind. You went dark, everything covered. Copy, 1338. We need to set up a perimeter, not just focus on the vehicle. Let's set up a perimeter.
And as I mentioned, the vehicle did stop on the west entrance to Walmart. The driver did close the curtains to the vehicle, so we were not sure what he was doing or intending to do. At that point, the vehicle began its movement again, and that's when the officer involved shooting occurred. I apologize, I hit something by accident. I'll just move on to the next. The semi proceeded onto White Park and down to Grand Avenue, and then it continued south on Grand Avenue, and where it came to a stop, and
your sirens off.
Once the truck stopped, it was determined that the driver had been shot, and we asked to get support from our fire department.
Where no units are covering, or no units are coming in, give me status. Copy, building out the subject got a leave for 1344.
And this last one is once it was all determined that the incident had come to an end, but once again, like I mentioned, there was a need for medical support.
If 444 for them to approach, let us know where you need them. Just in front of Walmart. I need a 925 here, extract. Copy, 925 extract in front of the Walmart.
And the reason we just shared this information with both of you, I mean, both of these incidents, was basically to make a point of our PSAP center, how critical a point they play, not only the officers out in the field, but our comm center. They were receiving at that time numerous amounts of calls by the telephone, people wanting to know what was going on, was it safe? They were handling the calls coming in from the public. They were handling all the radio traffic coming in from various law enforcement agencies. And then at the end, they're involving the ambulance from the fire department. And the point, like I said, is it emphasizes the importance and the professionalism that we have there in our comm center and the officers out in the field. Oh, Chief Guy was finalizing.
And like we said, it's just innovation is essential for the MPD to provide the public safety needed to keep our community safe. MPD with council, community support, and enhanced public safety for everyone in our community. And one of the things I keep telling everyone, it's a team effort. It's not just us. It's the council. It's a community. We need everybody. I mean, we're outnumbered as officers, but with everybody's help, I think we can all keep our community safe. So, thank you. Any questions?
Good job. Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
Chief, like in this trailer incident, who takes command of the situation? It started in Nogales and then went all the way to the roadblock and then came back, and the county was involved in there too. So who takes the lead in the command there?
Well, this incident, like I mentioned earlier, did originate, and this is the one at Walmart, did originate in the county at the areas where the produce houses are located. And what this person was doing was became a threatened to the employees there. And once the sheriff's department arrived, he decided that he didn't want to deal with law enforcement and got in his truck and trailer and drove north on the interstate. And they were trying to basically stop him to see what was going on with him. When he arrived at the checkpoint, that's when he U-turned and there was some shots fired there. So at that point, the sheriff's department really had this incident, in their jurisdiction. When it got on the interstate, that's when Highway Patrol gets involved and their assistance is requested. But once it continued now south and into the city, we basically take control of this incident, and it continued south on the interstate all the way to the Walmart, and that's when the officer involved shooting occurred, and then the vehicle did exit back onto Grand, and that's when the incident was terminated just south of the White Park, which is the Walmart entrance. That incident is something we had control of. We did get assistance from the Sheriff's Department and the Highway Patrol because they initially were part of it. But once the incident was secured and everything, we do reach out to the Arizona Public Safety Critical Incident Response Team, and they're the ones that come in and investigate it. and make sure that, everything was handled properly within, the law. And then we get a report back from them saying, that everything was done properly. And that information is shared with our county attorneys, who then reviews it and see if there's any reason to share any, to file any type of charges against the person involved, like the tractor trailer driver, or any officers that might have were involved in police misconduct. But fortunately, none of that occurred. All officers involved were cleared of that incident, and there was no prosecution. I know there was civil action going on at the time, but as of I know, that's all been completed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And also, I know, I went with you to the meetings up in Cerro Vista and all that. That's part of the grant to have the communication within all the agencies, correct?
Yes, Arizona Winds basically will allow us to talk not only to the agencies that are local here, but throughout the state, which includes our federal partners, our state partners, our local partners, which includes county and municipalities, and in some cases, even our public safety partners, which could be fire, our Forest Service, and agricultural. It enhances and improves our capability to communicate with everybody. And, in past studies, interoperability when it comes to communications has always been the biggest challenge, and that was proven when 9/11 happened, that nobody can talk to each other, and we've been trying to improve from that day on.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Gentlemen, great presentation. Thank you, and stay safe. Thank you. We're going to move on, change a little bit on, because I know that we got some students out here. Who's got the recognition for Nogales High School Jazz Band for their outstanding achievement in competition? Councilwoman Montiel, do you have that one? Or Mr. Bonillas? Ms. Montiel? The jazz band. Go ahead and read it, sir. Hold on. You got the...
In recognition of their outstanding achievements in competition for the 3 consecutive years, the Nogales High School Jazz Band has earned superior with distinction at Northern Arizona University Jazz Festival, demonstrating excellence, dedication, and musical talent. We proudly commend the students, director, and everyone involved in this incredible program for their hard work and commitment to success. Their achievements bring great pride to our community, and we look forward to their continued excellence in the future.
Go ahead, sir. You have a couple of words? Turn on the mic, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Bellitti. I'm the jazz director at Nogales High School. I'd like to start off by saying how much of an honor it is to be recognized, and thank you to all the students and parents and supporters for making it out this evening. Throughout my 4 years at Nogales High School, the jazz program has always strived to be one of the best that it could possibly be. We work hard every single day and push each other to reach astronomical goals, such as traveling to Long Beach State in California, auditioning for the Essential Ellington in New York, attending the Basically Basie competition in Kansas for the past 2 years, and so much more. We build lifelong friendships and memories through our adversity and success, and it is a privilege getting to teach these wonderful students on a daily basis. We, in the past 4 years, have achieved so much, and here's just a brief rundown of what we've done. We've received 6 Superior with distinctions at the area jazz festivals, 5 Superior with distinctions at the NAU jazz festivals, 3 Superior at the ASU Highland Jazz Festival, and we placed first last year in the high school division with a score of 96 out of 100. We got 2 Superiors at the state festival, and we finished 3rd last year at the Basically Basie competition. We have 5 students in here that in the past 2 years placed in 2 of the all-state jazz bands. And the greatest news is that it just keeps getting better and better every year. We started with 1 ensemble, and now we have 3. But with all that being said, the program wouldn't be where it is today without these wonderful, dedicated, hardworking, and passionate students. They come in every day and put the effort to be the best that they can be. Through that effort, we've built a program that is caring, compassionate, nurturing, and considered one of the best jazz programs in Arizona, and I couldn't be more proud of them. In closing, I'd like to thank you all once again for coming out tonight and for your support, and we're very excited for the future of the Nogales Jazz program. Thank you again for this support.
Thank you. And
Could I ask the jazz band members to come forward? I'm going to ask the jazz band members if they can step forward, please.
And you'll be at the Charles Mingus on the 26th.
Yes, and the Mingus Festival on the 26th.
Yes, and we have something for their work. It's from mayor and council.
We'll take a picture outside.
Thank you very much.
Good job, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. It's my son. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you. Congratulations. If you just want to stand here and have you have an assistant director?
Yes.
I will. And anyone else?
I will take, let me see. Let me find one.
Perfect. That's congratulations. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Doing a great job.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Great job, kids. Congratulations. Keep it up. Next, we move to the SCR North Project Agency briefing. Ms. Teresa Bravo and Clark Briner from Unisource. Thank you and welcome. Hello, Ms. Teresa.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Teresa Bravo, and I'm the Government Relations Representative for Local Affairs for Unisource Energy Services and Tucson Electric Power. With me, I have a couple of my colleagues that I would like to introduce. I'm also here with my colleague Clark Briner, who is the Manager of Siting Outreach and Engagement, and my colleague Christopher Ortiz Pino, who's the Project Manager of Siting Outreach and Engagement. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to come and share information and provide you with a briefing about the Santa Cruz Reliability North project. And with that said, I'll turn it over to my colleague Clark to provide information about the project. Thank you.
As Teresa mentioned, my name is Clark Briner. I'm the Manager of Siting Outreach and Engagement for Unisource. And Mayor Maldonado and members of the council really appreciate the opportunity to be here, as well as to the members of the community. So this is about the Santa Cruz Reliability Project. Brief update, I have about 5 or 6 slides and then would be happy to take whatever questions that folks might have. So this project in brief is to bring a second transmission line to Santa Cruz County. So just in case folks are unfamiliar with some of the different terminology that I might use, let me just give a very brief overview of the electrical grid and how it works. So basically, we generate electricity wherever that might be. Some power plant, could be out of state, could be local, and then we bring that power into the area where it's used through transmission lines, so high voltage transmission lines. At that point, it goes to a substation where the electricity is transformed into a lower voltage that then goes out to homes and businesses. So we're talking about a transmission line. So it's that piece from the generator to bring it to our communities where it can then be distributed. So today, there's one transmission line that serves Santa Cruz County, the city of Nogales, and this community. So that means that if anything happens to that transmission line, then that affects the electrical service in this area. We're trying to remedy that situation and provide a second redundant power line. Some of you are likely familiar with the situation we had a year, I guess it's probably 2 years ago now. We had a fairly, you remember the date and everything. So we had an issue with that transmission line, caused disruptions in closures of government, schools, businesses, affected cross-border trade. Essentially a situation that was unacceptable to you all. It was unacceptable to us as a company providing that vital service to you. As a result of that, we initiated ideas for how we could solve that, and this Santa Cruz Reliability Project is our solution. And so once this project is in service, it will provide full redundancy so that if there is something that occurs on now one of those two transmission lines, that power will immediately flow in the other direction from a different source, and you will see no interruption in service. That means that businesses can continue to operate. It means that there will be no effect to the economy, no disruption of life as normal. Another thing that it will allow us to do that we're not able to do today is take out of service some of that equipment that needs to be taken out of service so that we can maintain it. That means increased reliability there as well, because now we have equipment that is properly maintained, can function to its peak performance. One other benefit of this project is it will provide additional capacity to the area, additional electrical capacity to the area. The current line that serves Santa Cruz County today is adequate for the needs today, but it has kind of a pinch point on that project where we have the wire, the conductor is limited in its capacity, but we're not able to replace that conductor because we can't take the line out of service. Once we have this second line, we'll be able to eliminate that and we'll be able to have additional capacity to serve the economic development and of the community. One other thing I do want to mention before I move on is this project is separate and independent from a separate transmission line project that we have going on in the area that will serve the South 32 Hermosa mine. So I just want to make that clear. This, while they will receive reliability benefits from this, the same as any other customer in the area will receive reliability benefits from it, this project is not being driven by that project or that need in any shape, way, or form. So I just want to clarify that. So we've the map you're seeing on the screen shows on the left-hand side of that map shows our existing system today. So the transmission line that serves Santa Cruz County initiates just south of I-10 in the Tucson area and in the Vail area and runs down Wilmot Road, if you're familiar with that area, through the Green Valley area and then down into the Santa Cruz River Valley. Each of the triangles on the map represents substations, so those are areas where we transform the voltage, send it out to the community for use, comes down and terminates in Nogales. So you can see that's one path, anything that happens on that path will interrupt service. We do have a couple of partial backups. So the Cantor substation, which if you look in the box that's labeled number 3, it's the triangle that's at the very northern edge, right on the border of Pima and Santa Cruz counties. We have a 46 kV kilovolt sub-transmission line that goes into there that is able to meet part of the needs of the county if something happened. And we also have some local generation on site at our Valencia station, which is located just north of the Walmart. Those can meet some of the needs, but not all of the needs of the community. So again, it's an inadequate situation that we need to resolve. So to do that, we've divided the project into 3 phases. It's a large project. The first phase we call our Santa Cruz Reliability, or SCR for short, North project. So that's highlighted in the blue map. That is to create a second connection point into the regional electrical grid somewhere in the Green Valley area. We're illustrating it out of TEP's Canoa Ranch substation in the Green Valley area. And then we'll connect to our Cantor substation that I highlighted just south of the Pima County, Santa Cruz County border. We don't have a route for that yet. We're working on that right now. The second phase of that is the piece that I was talking about that is on the existing transmission line where there's a constraint in the system that we need to rebuild that piece of the line. Once we have phase 1 of the project in service, we'll be able to remove or rebuild that portion of the line, take it out of service and rebuild it. So that's phase 2. That all happens up in Pima County. And then phase 3, which would be the final phase of the project, would be to get a second transmission line from the Cantor substation. So basically the northern side of Santa Cruz County down to the Nogales area. Again, we don't have a route for that transmission line identified today, but we'll be working on that. So those are the 3 phases of the project. I'll jump into how we're going to identify where that transmission line goes, how we'll involve the community in order to minimize impacts, and then get into the timeline, and then I'll be done with my presentation. So in order to identify the best route, let me step back just one hair. Transmission lines, that higher voltage requires us to go through and get a permit from the state of Arizona. We go through the Arizona Corporation Commission, and the permit that we have to secure is called the Certificate of Environmental Compatibility. That's a process that's a full public process, full review, goes through a public hearing, opportunity to intervene and participate in that. And the aim of that is to identify routes for transmission lines that will be compatible with the environment. In other words, minimize the impact on the environment, whether that's the natural environment, the human environment. And we like to take it a step further and make sure that we're building our transmission lines that are in harmony with what's important to the communities we're going through. We recognize that these lines, in many people's opinions, are unsightly, but they need to go somewhere. It provides us this electrical service that we need for our lives and for the prosperity of our communities. So this process that we've detailed, and I'm not going to go through this in detail, but it includes in each phase a component where we will seek public input, use that public input to shape the routes we're looking at, evaluate those routes that we're looking at, and then start eliminating routes that are not in line with what's important to the community or may have impacts to endangered species or to view sheds, different things that are important to the community. We'll start eliminating those, and throughout each of the phases of this process, we will do that outreach effort, and we'll incorporate that. And then we'll move on to the next phase, and we'll go through another iteration of that. In the end, we'll end up having a route or several routes that are all acceptable in different ways. Like I said before, they're all going to have some impacts, but we want to minimize those impacts and then put it out there to basically the community, to the decision makers, which are going to be the Corporation Commission, state this is the best route for this reason, this is the best route for this reason. Community, this is the best route. what do you want us to build? And so that whole process, let me go to this next slide, will be repeated for phases 1 and 3. We'll do that process for. Phase 1 is in process right now. We're undergoing that siting study, trying to figure out those best routes. Phase 2, we already have the certificate of environmental compatibility, or in other words, the needed permit to do that. We just can't do it until we have phase 1 constructed and in service. And then phase 3, we're going to undertake that process starting, we're planning to kick that off publicly in May. That no doubt will be a process that we'd like you all involved in, everyone here involved in, and we hope you'll be involved in, because that's the one that would be, all of these will affect your community in a positive way, but that one will have a direct impact on your community in what might be perceived in a negative way. And so this is the timeline for that. So like I said, phase 1, the planning and siting process is going on right now. We just had public meetings, our second round of public meetings last month on that, up in the Green Valley and also in Amado. We expect to take that to the hearing that we have is before a group called the Arizona Power Plant and Transmission Line Siting Committee. So we expect that hearing to occur this fall, and then a decision from the Arizona Corporation Commission early next year. And then, like I said, we're going to kick off that same process in parallel to that for phase 3, which is bringing the line down to Nogales in the next couple of months. And we would be expecting that we'll have a hearing on that sometime late winter 2026. And so you'll be hearing from us a number of times during that process. We are trying to do this as quickly as we can because we understand it's an urgent need. It's existed in this state for too many years. We want to get it resolved as quickly as we can. So we're trying to move these things through as quick as we can. Once we get those approvals, then we'll be able to begin construction. That first phase, we would expect to be, the construction would start in 2027 and be completed in 2028. Then we'll move on to phase 2. Essentially, that will be done in 28 and 29, in service in 2029. And the last phase would be completed by 2030. So I know it's a number of years out, but that's lightning in our world to get a project of this magnitude done. So I know you'd love us to snap our fingers and have it done, but so that's essentially my presentation. There is a lot of information on our project webpage. I've got the URL noted on the screen, and that QR code. Anybody who wants to snap a picture of that can go to the webpage. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Parra?
Yes, I just have a question. Have you done this type of transmission lines projects here in Arizona, any other place?
Yeah, so we've done 3 or 4 of these in the last year. We've got a couple of them going on in the Tucson area right now. We've followed this same process with a lot of success. The transmission line that serves the community today was rebuilt about a dozen years ago and went through a very similar process. Well, it went through the same process to get the approval, very similar process to identify where that line would go. Because in some cases it was able to be built in place where it was always. In other cases we had to move it because there had been encroachment, different things that had occurred over the years, and we couldn't rebuild it in place. So we were successful in that process.
Mr. Doyle, go ahead.
Yes, when you're talking about the 5-year span of getting it done quickly, that's without any hiccups, or it could go longer, or?
That's a great question, Councilmember Doyle. Thank you. Yes, I would say that is the ideal schedule. To hit that, everything has got to go right. If there are hiccups, it could affect it. I think we've got a little bit of wiggle room in there, not a lot. I will say we're trying to do it on this expedited schedule because we were, you all may be aware, we were awarded a federal grant to help pay for a part of this project, which is great news because it's not a cheap project. And the way these projects work is they're paid for by our customers. So that federal grant helps to subsidize and minimize those cost increases that might come down the road. And so with that federal grant comes, we've got to have it completed within 5 years.
I guess the pertaining question is there, right at this point, any resistance along the line, along the way from point A to here at the Nogales, or is there anything Nogales can do to help?
So there's always things that come up. So right now on phase 1 of the project, one of the challenges is we're putting the line through a community that is served by Tucson Electric, which Unisource and Tucson Electric, we're sister companies, so we represent both of them. But that community says, hey, we've already got great transmission service. Why are you putting a line through our backyards that doesn't help us? So that's one form of resistance, and we're trying to help them understand that it's similar to a interstate freeway, something like that. There's projects that are for the greater good, and they don't always benefit you. But similar to that, a lot of our power generation comes from, like I said, out of state. So the power that's serving you here today, me up in the Tucson area, that passes by a lot of people's houses before it ever gets to me. And they're not seeing any benefit from that. So that's one area we're seeing a resistance. We're dealing with some conservation area restrictions up in the Green Valley area. There are things that we're overcoming, but yes, there are challenges. We expect to have these challenges. We've dealt with them before. We'll deal with them again. But I fully expect that once we kick off phase 3, we'll have a lot of people they recognize the value of the project, the need for the project, but at the end of the day, nobody wants it in their backyard.
Just on a positive note, Nogales is the gateway to Mexico and into the United States. And when we have a better community that's better served, that along those lines, we've worked in the past of getting that grid all the way so that we'll be able to provide services, not only here, but for the links that go into Mexico and bringing in that business from over there. This is one of the things that will really help. So I don't know, maybe the Corporation Commission needs to hear all sides of the story, and it's good for the state and good for the nation.
I thank you for bringing that up. I think that's a talking point or a benefit that we should highlight and add to our list, because I think that's far-reaching. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bonilla.
I have a question. So this new transmission line, is it just going to be for over redundancy, just in case, like you pointed out, if you have an issue with the line that's in place right now, or do we need more? Are we consuming more electricity? Is that why it's putting in? And the reason I ask is because it's not the big blackouts that really affect us. It's the little flickers that affect most of these gasoline stations, supermarkets, where their POS systems, they can't activate them anymore. And it's just those little flickers. And gasoline stations are down maybe for 4 or 5 hours that people cannot process their debit card. So how fast would this new transmission line take care of that? Would it be seamless, or would we still experience these flickers that we have? Does it work? And because I've worked with systems that have 2 lines, and when one goes out, the other one kicks in, but you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, so that's how, and thank you for your question. So our transmission system is designed elsewhere where we have this loop in place already that we're trying to build for Santa Cruz County. It is fully redundant and seamless. So it's in a nanosecond that it flips over from one source to the other, and you don't see, you wouldn't notice the interruption.
Thank you. The station's going to be west of the city?
So we have a substation, that gateway substation, the yellow triangle. We own the land for that.
That's the one on the west side, right?
On the west side, correct. I don't believe we've gone through and had it entitled. I'm not sure where. Yes. Yes, we do have it entitled. We've got that site. We just need to figure out how to get there. Now, you see the little transmission loop on phase 3 on the far right side of the screen?
Yes.
That we already have the line route for that identified. That was approved a number of years ago as part of a separate project. So the line route for that will go more or less into, once you get west of I-19, it kind of initiates over near the Border Patrol offices there, goes down, I believe it's industrial, and then comes across between Home Depot and Walmart. It's not a real long line. It's a mostly industrial or commercial area. In fact, it's all industrial and or commercial that it runs through. So that is already identified, but it's the stretch up between Cantor and Gateway that we need to figure out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Teresa. Well, nice seeing you again. Next, we go to Act 1, Arizona Organization Library Director Danisa Lopez.
Denitza is not here, but her team is going to pick this up, present as a group, I believe. Is this correct? All right.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Pablo Artana. I work for the Nogales Public Library. We're here to invite you to go to the library and get those passes. They're free. You just need a library card, and you can go visit all the treasures of the Southern Arizona sites. There are different places where you can go to. There are museums, the zoo, botanical gardens, and many other museums. All you have to do, there are 19 different sites distributed in the 4 libraries. So you just can check them out with your library card. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, keep going. I think, do you have a couple more slides? Did she give you like 3 slides, I believe, right? There you go.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, sorry. Pretty much is we recommend the community to go to your public library, whether it be Sonoita, Tubac, Nogales, or Eureka. They're always there available. They last for 1 week only, and you can only use it during that week, whichever place you pick. So you cannot go to Nogales, get 1 pass, and then, okay, I'm going to go to Eureka and get another pass. It would cancel out, and yeah, that would not accept it to the certain locations. Another thing is that right now it's seasonal, so certain passes would work and others won't. So at the moment, I think the Desert Museum would not work. So we would not recommend people to go to the library and get that pass because it would just not work. I think those passes would work starting May 1st. But other than that, we really encourage the community to come and check out the cultural passes at any library here in Santa Cruz County.
Thank you, gentlemen. I know that Denisa also was going to preclude that starting in July, there will be another benefit coming to the patrons of the libraries, and that's going to be the magazine access that you'll be able to get access to over 5,000 magazines, books, everything will be online. And she's going to give that, see, she owes us a presentation. So she'll be back in July to give more details. So gentlemen, thank you for pinch hitting. You did a good job.
Thank you, guys. Good job. Next, Mr. Bonilla, item 2, Good Samaritan Award to Michelle Renee Ramirez for the outstanding work on as an advocate for the autism community.
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, can you come to the floor, please? The City of Nogales is honored to present the Good Samaritan Award to Michelle for her outstanding work as an advocate for the autism community. Her dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to raising awareness and supporting individuals and families affected by autism have made a significant impact. We sincerely thank Michelle for her efforts in making our community more inclusive and supportive. Her advocacy and service exemplify the true spirit of the Good Samaritan Award, and we are proud to recognize her achievements. So we have another one here by that we want to present to Michelle. It's all you see today are shirts for World Autism Day. The patrol car officers have the badges for autism. It is because of her. I don't take any credit. It's due to because she had a talk with me and said, "Hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we present this for the April council meeting?" So everything that you see today, the event that we had at the Shea Park earlier, it is because of Michelle Ramirez. So I like working with her, and we have a little token, a little plaque. Thank you.
Thank you to the community, mayor and council. Thank you to the family. That's what I love to do, advocate for the community and their needs.
Congratulations, Michelle. Next, we move to item number 6, city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, some of the items that I'll just give you an update on, that a lot of them you know where we're at, but certainly I do try to meet with South 32. I don't always attend their meetings, their lunch meetings, their 2-hour meetings. I know the mayor's there for those. So they are kind enough to come to my office and we do chat. And what I've focused on is city of Nogales. Again, I know there's other issues with South 32, but I said, you know what, we have to focus on Nogales. And these are the actual, what we said we're going to move forward with, is the truck traffic from the mine that we need to know how that's going to impact. And certainly the highways are controlled by the state, but they'll be coming down through Nogales. So we want a comprehensive study of how that is going to impact us, as well as the traffic area in El Centro, which is right by Nogales High School. How is that going to impact that area? I also requested and I keep saying this, a comprehensive, where's our Unisource people? They're not even here, you see? The energy usage will be for that El Centro. We really need to know that. I know they said they're bringing energy, which is important, as well as the training programs and how we're going to work with the school districts and the community college and how that's going to help the residents of Nogales. So I am focusing, council, if you have any other suggestions of what you'd like to see, I'm focusing on those 4 key areas. I think it's important for Nogales. Again, the discussion and our neighbors to the north, I know they have their concerns with the air, water, and everything to that effect, but I'm focusing on what that will impact Nogales or how it can help Nogales when we get that funding. which we were told. I believe I also sent out groundbreaking ceremony. They couldn't get emails to like 4 or 5 of you. I did send invites out to you. Hopefully you got them all correct. For I believe it's April 23rd for the groundbreaking ceremony. I met with our lobbyist, and I'll say our lobbyist, even though it has to be registered under me as the city manager, but I will be ours because mine is yours, right? But anyway, we met with him. Juan was the first time he's ever been in a meeting like that. He found it very interesting. But our lobbyist is working with the 2 lobbyists that were here with Pat that night. The 3 of them are now working on the 3 projects that Juan had submitted for the city of Nogales. They are meeting next week with the governor's transportation policy and legislative staff. So they are definitely focusing and getting hopefully ground to get those, I believe, over $5 million worth of projects for our roads. So that is a good thing. So it's important we do that. I have been meeting and I believe I did. Yes.
Can you give us the name of our lobbyists?
What's that?
I didn't hear the names of the lobbyists.
The projects?
No, the lobbyists.
Mark Barnes. And again, he's registered under my name because as a council, you technically are not supposed to be having that, so I will have it. And he doesn't do federal because that's a different background as well. So it's Mark Barnes. He's working with the 2 South 32. I didn't get their names, but they were here and I certainly can get that if you need it. And the projects are again, Frank Reed Road, Industrial Park, and West Mariposa Ranch Road, correct? So that's a good thing. I met with the engineers, the architects, and everyone in that team. There's about a dozen of them with McKinstry. I brought that up before. Gene has been certainly part of the walkthroughs. We've been walking through. Obviously, it's going to impact everything that we're looking at because you tasked me when I first came here. Let's get over to that bank building and move it. Well, we are definitely in that direction. They are going to be here next week as well, doing an energy study and HVAC study and everything to that effect because we want LED lights in all of our buildings. I just found out from our company that we hired to do our $10 million grant, which will be submitted at the end of April for streetlights. So we're hoping that goes through. Again, there's no guarantees for any of that, but we certainly are looking to do that and working along with McKinstry. And McKinstry is a $1 billion company. If you really want to look into it, they are a top-notch company. I'm bringing Jean because she did walk through there. Jose was there. We certainly are moving, and we probably will move. The chief of police is here and I know we talked to the judge, but this whole area will be moved over there, including HR. We will move up to the upstairs as well, so we're going to have plenty of room. So we will be able to move all the offices that you guys are tight down there over in this area as well. I haven't talked to them about that. We certainly talked a little bit about it, but it's important that council, you know what our plans are. They stated that if we get moving, they're going to be here, I believe, May 8th. If we can get things going for council's approval, they'll bring in more of the plans to you, give all the presentation from that. The regional director will be here to present that to you as well as the costs, but we had already set that aside from 5 years ago. They already know the budget, so we are good with that. And hopefully we don't go over the budget. David and I, David's not here, but David, as you all know, is doing a wonderful job. He's doing certainly a good job with the social media. We're picking that up. We should have the webpage, according to Jose, we should have that by the middle of May. We should be full-blown everything, but we are on X, formerly known as Twitter. Only 2 followers. I am one of them. So I don't know why, but hopefully that goes. And LinkedIn, the same thing. Those I know are not the popular sites. Certainly Facebook, we have over 5,000. So we are reaching out. And I believe Instagram, we have over 400. So he's doing a good job with that, working with IT. It's certainly important to know. As I introduced, our safety guy, he's not here, but Leo is obviously just passed his class. Yay, Leo, he's going to be out there now able to do OSHA and doing the IFC, the fire trainings and inspections, working along with our fire department, getting things going, which you guys, when I first got in my first meeting, when our people from the union were requesting that for their workers, well, we were moving forward with that. So that is very good. I did meet with, and this is certainly, Esther, this is important for you. John just said that with the security cameras, we are going to submit that. We hopefully get that in by the next month. Again, there's no guarantees, but we are working on that. Because we're trying to, and I'm definitely focusing on grants because that's the big thing. Because again, if we can offset what we have here, we can use our monies for other important things like our staff, which is important. So it's certainly important that we focus on that. And what we do have, and the directors that are here tonight, they know that they've already been through a couple of trainings. Is that correct? Because they did sit in the meetings with Jean and Jessica. Jessica is one of her workers, but is going to oversee the grants program. They've had the training with how to look for grants and how then we are going to move the grants, including working with the police department. So we'll have everything focused in one program, able to manage our grants for the city and able to locate and find grants that we can possibly submit for somebody to write them for us so we can continue looking for that money. That is very important. I already talked about the IT, our safety program, I already talked about that, and they will be, as you can see out there, if you walked by today, you saw the Chevy truck that's got the decals on it and the GPS. That will be then issued to David and to Leo for their use of, especially Leo when he's going out and about. So it is, as you asked me back in January to get a GPS on it, it has a GPS and decals. So I will, and thank you to Juan, because if you drove down Western Avenue and Baffert Drive, correct? Yes, you'll see that it has been striped, and I believe they're finishing the crosswalks as well this week. So those two streets, that's just a start, but those are certainly not just the important streets, but they have a lot of traffic, but there are other streets that we're going to continue monitoring, and whatever we can do for next budget, we're going to do that. We are submitting a request for a grant. We're going to do it real quickly to get those lights on the two streets leading up to Home Depot and the theater, and hopefully we can get those in solar lights, so we'll be able to do that. I know Juan just sent me an email to give me an update on that, so we are moving forward with that. We are, and the last thing, certainly, I don't want to say too much of this, but certainly the budgets. And I changed the process for what it was, I believe, that Jean has already met with all directors, sat down with them, going over their budgets from last year. I'll say their wish lists have been submitted. Again, we were going to go through that, meaning Jean and I now, and her team members, we're going to go through that. Once we get done with that, we'll meet back with the directors, go through that budget. Then, from there, I will get those ready for our study session, because I'm going to glean it. I'm going to try to get it as updated and processed as possible. So when we get to the study session, you know that we've put some work into it. So there's not going to be a lot of, oh, this. I will make sure that we try to get it well balanced, and certainly looking at whatever raises we do, we will be based on budget concerns and what we can do for all employees. And I believe Letty will send out a notice to you just to make sure that the time and date works for you. I'm looking at Wednesday the 23rd, because that'll be a Wednesday that I know we're going to add some things from our lawyer speak into that, as we did that time in January, just in case. But I'll send that out to you just for your recognition, and then you'll be able to obviously confirm with that. We are working at also the study rates for utilities. And I'll just say this, as we used to, Nogales Unified, Santa Cruz Valley would always compare each other to what to pay the teachers, what we spend, what we do. Well, I'm looking at, and if you want to get in there, they're on docket with the Corporation Commission is Liberty Utilities. And that's our neighbors to Rio Rico. That is the water and sewer. And right now I'm going to look at that. A rate study, I can just look right there, because that's compare and contrast is a perfect. I don't need to know what Douglas is doing or Salarita or Tucson or whatever. I can look at what Rio Rico, our neighbors, our friends, our cousins, our friends, everyone there, the bedroom community, what are they paying? Well, right now, just so you know, what the current current water for Rio Rico is $37.21, we're $35. They plan to raise it up, if they get it passed, to $50 average. That would be then we're about $15 less. Right now, They currently at 5268 average for sewer, we're 26. You don't need to discuss that because you can't, because we're not discussing on that. But I'm just giving you some information that I'm looking at, and certainly when this, if this does pass, because right now it is, I don't know the Latin term for it when they say the silence of you can't talk about it. At the Corporation Commission, I don't know, I'm not trying to stump the band here, but nevertheless, it is on that. But once that gets passed, I will bring that back to you because I think it's a fair comparison to what Rio Rico is paying to what our residents, what we should be expect as the city should be paying. That's my report to you. Certainly it's a lot. I have probably stuff I left off, but, and then any other administrative stuff that I am doing, I'm certainly trying to keep low key on that because that's not the place to discuss, but certainly that is going on. And we are certainly moving forward and hopefully we will have continuous good news. Again, I'm going to bring, McKinstry will be here then next week or next month. I did talk a little bit about the Department of Defense. We haven't heard from them. But I think, Ms. Ferrata, you were there. They're coming next week with to do the scope with the drones. So that will probably be pushing forward. Again, that's 120 people assigned to, and we're going to call it Camp Little, by the way. I'd call it Camp Little. And I did reach out to the Buffalo Soldiers, and they're excited as well if this happens, just so you know. We 120 people at full per diem. So full per diem for 120 Army people that can only help the local establishments, I think. So I'll keep you posted, yes. I will certainly keep you posted on that. We haven't heard anything back, but that is certainly what's in play right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment, Mr. Kramer. Where can the people, are we going to offer announcements on community events on our website or something like that? They've been, now that we have David working on our webpage and all that.
Yeah, they're on there in LinkedIn, and I'm the one liking them. But yes, they are on the Facebook, and they are on X. Again, I'm the one liking them.
If somebody has a community event, they reach out to David?
Yes, anything with communities, they certainly can. And that's a good question, Mayor, because once we get this webpage going, there's going to be a lot more information on the webpage and stuff. Information that the public can actually participate. So council members, all the public, when they send you those pictures, they're going to be able to do it right through the web page. It's called Click a Ticket. It will go right to the right department. So that way then the department directors and myself will get those pictures. So I'm just following up to what you're asking because that's a very important question.
Thank you. And the other thing, National League of Cities and both mayors in Washington, both associations have support for grants writing and all that, if we need any support.
We've looked at all, thank you for that. Yes, we've looked at that angle. We've certainly signed up for the senators as well that I've gotten and certainly you've gotten. So every avenue that we're trying to cover, we are covering. And the program that we're getting certainly covers that as well because they list all state and federal grants. So we certainly are getting with that. And we are utilizing, by the way, our risk company. It's called Southwest Risk. Will help more with our onboarding that we're doing with employees. And it's going to help with our safety training, which is free to us as a member of that. I'm just following up because you brought up League of Cities because that's important too. The Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
We're
Vice Mayor.
kind of getting off on topic because there's nothing listed as specific items under the manager's report, so we're not supposed to have a back and forth discussion unless it's a quick little question on the agenda. But I'm just trying to avoid getting off the agenda too much.
This is just a small question as far as it seems like you got off on a quick start, and I already lost track of when you got on board. If you could just remind me how many months you've been here, because I'm every month you're doing so much stuff that I just want to commend you, and I need to keep track of. Are you going to be doing this in this mode all the time, or are you going to slow down in one period?
I appreciate that. I've only been here since January.
Well, and I'll follow that up on Mr. Councilman Doyle is, I'll go on the lifetime that you've had for the last 12 years of your people sitting here. So I think my tenure is only 2 years, so I'm trying to get as much done in 2 years.
Your question, Mayor? Vice Mayor?
It's really on the topic that you mentioned on the National Guard. For how long are we going to be housing those National Guard personnel?
It actually will be a Department of Defense, so it'll be the Army. So it's the feds. And that's right now, they've already established themselves in Ajo and other communities along the border. So it is a federal, and they stated to us, or me, myself, I guess, and Anna a little bit, that it's at least 3 years, 3.5 years, possibly.
So it's not going to interfere with the project at the police department?
No, they're going to be a separate facility. They'll have the full building and access to it. It'll be a gate. It'll be the parking lot to the north, or northeast.
East. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we move on to financial report, Ms.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Before we go with the finance report, I forgot to mention our 2 visitors from the state of Sonora. Remember we wrote it down earlier?
True.
I totally forgot, Mayor. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Pablo had some gifts for the Subprocurador, Daniel Chávez Armenta. Mucho gusto saludarlo. Mr. Bonilla, you had una bolsita. Pásale, verás, teníamos un...
Pásenle por frente, pásenle los dos.
Y luego también tenemos a Teodoros Servano Flores Castelo, procurador de la defensa de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad del DIF de Sonora. Gracias a los dos. Gracias por visitarnos. Aquí tienen amigos en Nogales. Muchas gracias por lo que hacen. Gracias. Ms. Jean?
Do I not get a gift? Just kidding. Just kidding. Tonight I present to you the finance report for February 25. You have in front of you the hard copies. For everybody else, it's up here on the board. So your table A is your general fund. Through February, our budgeted amount should be 66.66% based on our entire annual budget. For our revenues for the general fund, we have actually brought in $21,576,382, which is 79% of our budget. And for expenditures, we have paid out $20,131,270, which is 53%. Also on this chart is our shared revenue, and we have collected $6,722,521, which is 68%. Table B is our sales tax. For February, we collected $802,447. This was $334,897 less than February of last year, but we are still $404,545 over last year. Just to let you know that March looks much, much better. Okay, so don't worry about February because March recovered. Table C is your general fund by department expenditures. That is where that $20,131,270 is. The ones that are in blue are the ones that are still over the 66.66%. We are still not concerned because a lot of those were the encumbered amounts from the beginning of the year. So they were like the full year contracts that are included in these totals. If you move on to table D, this is our HERF and overweight. For HERF, we have collected $2,100,345, which is 81%. And for overweight, we have collected $233,013, which is 78%. For expenditures, for HERF, we have paid out $2,320,122, which is 62%. And we have not paid out anything yet for the overweight fees. Table E is our sewer. We have collected $2,470,658, which is 80%, and we have paid out $1,145,850, which is 49%. Table F is water. For the water fund, we have paid out we have received in $2,581,850, which is 73%. We have paid out $3,102,051, which is 65%. Table G is your sanitation. For sanitation, we have paid out we have received in $2,011,740, which is 72%, and we have paid out $1,859,571, which is 48%. Are there any questions on these charts?
Ms. Jean, it seems like our sewer this month, we super over exceeded where we our revenues and towards our expenses. 1.3 million is a big difference. Is there something that catches your eye on that?
For our sewer account this year, we did not have large capital. So we will have a lot more revenue coming in than expenses going out because we weren't purchasing very large capital items in our sewer department this year. So we should see more revenue coming in than expenditures going out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. To finish that part of the report, for the business licenses for March, we had 2,864 active business licenses. We had no canceled or suspended licenses. We had 26 new licenses issued, and we still have 48 that are in the process of getting their licenses currently. We do not have a fuel report yet for March, so that will be included in the next report. And for payouts, we had 4 payouts during March. For parks, we had 1. It was $810.82 for sick and vacation. For sanitation, we had 1 at $2,735.67. And for police, we had 2, totaling $2,816.27. Any questions on that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. The final part of your report is the sewer, our sewer and water. We have 6,125 active utility accounts. We currently have 75 that are on contracts, which was an increase of 19 from last month. I didn't do it. And so that's a good thing. So if we see where our contracts are increasing, that means more people that owe us more than just their monthly amounts are coming to us, contacting us, and trying to get back on a payment program. So when we see our contracts going up, that's a good thing. We also still have 149 delinquent accounts in the Valle Verde area. I did make a note on here that this report was compiled early so we could get it into the meeting. So the reports are usually ran at the very end of the month. So there could be, it's always off a little bit simply because of the day it's ran. So it does seem like it only increased 8, but it seems like it increased only 3,700. If it was ran at the very end of the month, it may be a little bit different. So compared to the numbers from last month and the month before, it always looks a little different. And I know we've sent
a whole list over to legal to start working on.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Doyle?
Yes, I have a question, because it seems like you got to the end of the report, right? And I didn't hear anything about the audits that we've been waiting for. Like, we're about a month and a half behind from hearing from them.
So I heard from them last week. It was sent to the underwriters. The underwriters did come back with a few questions. From the finance side, we have answered our questions from the underwriters. And this morning, I sent 2 questions over to the legal department on questions that they needed to answer. So I'm going to have Mr. Estes talk about that part.
Yes, Mayor and Council and Mr. Doyle. Yeah, they requested some clarification as to 2 items that were settled over this last year. One was a litigation case and one was a claim. So I've got to gather that information.
Because our auditors can ask lots of questions, but then when they send it to the underwriters, they tend to ask more. So it looks like we're at that very last little bit.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Jean, thank you. Go to item number 8. Discussion items, action items. Discussion and possible action, in-kind support submitted by Santa Cruz Advocates for the Arts, Dominguez Project for an event to be held at the First Bank of Yuma at 825 North Grand Avenue on Wednesday, April 26th. I think it's a Saturday, isn't it? That's a typo. Should be a Saturday. That's Saturday. It should be Saturday, April 26, 2025, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's Cheryl Urban, applicant.
Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
I move to approve the support for the Santa Cruz Advocates for the Arts.
I second.
Second. And we'll say with the correction of the name of the
date.
Of the date. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. It was second, Ms. Montiel. And item number 2, discussion possible action regarding 2 proposals from Octagon Towers LLC concerning the cell tower lease at 1299 North David Drive. The first proposal provides for a 40-year extension of the current lease agreement in exchange for a payment of $10,000. The second proposal provides for a conversion of a lease into a 99 easement in exchange for a payment of $325,000. City Manager, Mr. Kramer.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You see the proposal. So 40 years, 400,000, or immediate 99-year lease, but we get 325 right up front. The way I look at it is a cell tower with technology. Do we really think in 25 years we're going to be using, or 30 years, cell towers? Probably not, because some of them are already moving away from cell towers. So I figured that that's a pretty good deal for we're getting that upfront money right now.
Councilman Doyle?
Isn't those 10,000 added to that also, or?
That would be how much we're getting. That's just a continuation of the lease.
Okay.
So it's a 400,000 40-year.
Isn't that a big gamble for them to?
I don't think either one of us would be around. Well, for them, exactly. Right? That's what I'm saying. I mean, if they're willing to give us that, because technology keeps doubling itself.
The only other question I have is, does it tie up any land that we could use?
It's a current lease. They just want to renew it.
Okay, I see.
We're in that contract right now.
Okay, thank you.
So, Council, we got to.
So, yeah, I'll make a recommendation to take the 325,000 as your city manager.
So, I make, yes, sir.
Motion that we pass Or is it the proposal? I mean, or is it the second
The
proposal?
second proposal, right? Okay. You want me to make it, Mr. Dell? Make the a motion to pass the second proposal provides for a conversion of the lease into a 99 easement in exchange for a payment of $325,000.
That's correct.
I'm recommending the second proposal for the $325,000 99-year easement.
Do you have a second?
Some payment for the.
That's one sum payment. Do you have a second?
Second.
Excuse me, Ms. Lopez, seconds. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes with the second proposal. Item number 3, discussion possible action by mayor and council on adopting city cemetery rules and policies for the Parks and Rec Department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
This is a policy that I believe I told you a couple months ago we were working on. We certainly gathered between Parks and Recs, myself, our city attorney, and I know that we haven't had a policy in place. This is a new policy coming in. It's certainly, I know I added, you just saw it, you just looked at it, you probably have lots of questions. So the way I was approached by a few of your peers or the council members, certainly if you wanted to, and I was asked if we could table that for further looking into it, we can certainly do that. We can certainly bring it back if that's at your choice. I don't have a concern with that because again, it's a policy that hasn't been in place, but we do have some of the administration already taking care of what we're doing, overseeing the cemetery. Certainly we have the person that was hired as an outside contractor is now with a business license and following the protocols of all businesses practices, what the city imposes upon all business owners. So that is being followed. So that was a concern that we had. So anything else with the rules and processes, I have no problem bringing this back. Certainly when we meet on April 22nd, if you want to have even go into exec, because there's probably some things that we may want to discuss, we can certainly do that as well.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this item until we get complete information. So far, I like what I see. Just to make sure that we finish it all right.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Doyle to table, second by Vice Mayor. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion is tabled.
And Mayor, I just ask when we go into executive session at the end of the meeting, if we could include this item as part of that executive session. It falls under the general executive session notice, but that way I can give you some updates with regard to some legal matters on the rules.
Okay, so we'll include it to the executive session section. Item number 9, liquor license. 1, consideration possible action of liquor license 2025-4, approval of recommendation for an insurance of a special liquor license applicant for Mr. Angel Suarez for the city of Nogales for the event on 4th of July. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2, consideration possible action of liquor license 2025-5, approval of recommendation of issuance of liquor license for RAJ Nogales, Inc., Pronto Market and Papas Locos, 2951 North Grand Avenue, Nogales, Arizona, 85621, number 010 Beer and Wine. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 3, consideration possible action of liquor license 2025-6, approval and recommendation of the insurance of liquor license for Mr. Raul Verdugo for the Eagles Coffee and Chilorios at 29 North Morley Avenue, Nogales, Arizona, 85621, number 012 restaurant. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Number 4, consideration and possible action of liquor license 2025-7, approval and recommendation of the insurance of a special liquor license application for Ms. Sandra L. Lopez of Mexicali Academy of Excellence for an event on April 25th, 2025. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Number 5, consideration and possible action of liquor license 2025-8, approval of recommendation of a insurance of a special liquor license application for Mr. Jose Vasquez for a Comité de Arte y Cultura for an event on May 3rd, 2025. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. We go to proclamations. Go to proclamations, National Library Week. Library Director Danitza's not here. Who has it? Ms. Montiel?
You want me to do it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll do it for the director. So this National Library Week 2025, whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and be drawn into new possibilities. Whereas libraries serve as a vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. Whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, tools, innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. Whereas libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations, connecting the dots to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services to the entire community. Whereas libraries empower job seekers, lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success. Whereas libraries nurture young minds through story times, STEAM programs, literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and love of learning that lasts a lifetime. Whereas libraries protect the rights to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and freedom of expression. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme Drawn to the Library. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Maldonado proclaim April 6th through the 12th, 2025 as National Library Week. During this week, he encourages all residents to visit their Nogales, Santa Cruz County public libraries, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community. Mayor Maldonado.
Congratulations. Thank you. And National Library Week. Come on, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, actually. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Item number 2, proclamation mental health, neurodiversity, and autism by Councilman Bonilla.
As Michelle Ramirez and the Mariposa team to step to the podium.
Made it small.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Microphone.
Here?
Yes. There you go.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of Mariposa Community Health Center,
We want to thank the city council and the mayor for the work that they've done with us throughout the years. This is not the first event and won't be the last event that we want to work with the city to bring as much education as we possibly can to our community, whether it's all the way from the border of 21 all the way back down to the border here in Nogales. We want to share as much information as we possibly can. So I'll read the proclamation. Whereas mental health is a fundamental aspect of overall well-being, and a healthy community is built upon a foundation of emotional and psychological wellness. And whereas neurodiversity, the natural variation of human brains and cognitive function is a source of strength and creativity, and individuals with neurodivergent conditions such as autism, ADHD, dyslexia bring unique perspectives and abilities to our community. And whereas stigma and discrimination against individuals with mental health conditions and neurodivergent individuals are harmful and counterproductive, hindering their ability to thrive and contribute fully to society. And whereas it is imperative that we foster an inclusive and supportive environment where all individuals feel valued, respected, and empowered to seek help and support when needed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor Jorge Maldonado, Mayor of Nogales, Arizona, does here proclaim April as Mental Health and Neurodiversity Awareness Month in our city. Furthermore, he calls upon all citizens and businesses and organizations and community leaders to promote understanding and acceptance of mental health conditions and neurodiversity, reduce stigma and discrimination against individuals with mental health conditions and neurodivergent individuals, encourage and open, honest conversations about mental health, ensure the mental health services and support are accessible to all residents, celebrate the unique strengths and contributions of all members of our community, including with mental health conditions and neurodivergent individuals. On behalf of Mariposa Community Health Center and the city of Nogales and the county, thank you very much for your work. We really appreciate everything that you've done for us. Thank you. Want to add anything? No? Thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Come on. That's what it is. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Pueden pasar acá por frente también. Una foto. Pásenle, pues. Thank you very much.
Number 3, Proclamation Early Childhood Education Awareness Month by Mr. Alfredo Velasquez. Early Childhood Education Awareness Month to raise awareness of and build public support to the importance of early childhood development and health. Whereas early childhood years are when the brain grows and develops the most. In fact, 90% of a child's brain develops by age 5 before they enter kindergarten, whereas scientific research has shown that a child experiences in their early years affect how their brains develops. Research has also proven that kids with quality early childhood experience do better in school, are more likely to go to college and have successful careers. They also tend to have healthier and demand less from the public welfare system. Whereas the goal of Santa Cruz County School Superintendent Alfredo E. Velasquez in 2025 is to raise community awareness about the support system Santa Cruz County has for families that have children from 0 to 5 years of age. Whereas Early Childhood Awareness Month is sponsored by Santa Cruz County School Superintendent's Office, first things first, Mariposa Community Health Center, University of Arizona Family Resource Center, Nogales, Patagonia, and Rio Rico. Child and Family Resources, Inc., Child Care Resources and Referral, Nogales, Santa Cruz County Libraries, Department of Development, Disability, Santa Cruz County, Nogales Unified School District Number 1, Santa Cruz Valley School District Number 35, Patagonia Public School District 6, Number 6 and 20, Sonora Elementary District Number 25, Santa Cruz Elementary District 28, Charter School, Private Schools, Child Parent Centers, Inc., Nogales Challenger, Western, and Rio Rico Head Start Centers, preschools, and child care providers. Whereas during the month of April, informative message will be communicated to the community via social media, radio, and signage, including Santa Cruz County School Superintendent Alfredo E. Velasquez promoting kindergarten preparation and kindergarten enrollment process. Other messages will include how to identify the work with young children with special needs and mental health concerns. Some activities during the month include a parent educator retreat, professional development concerning the importance of physical activities on mental health, an early childhood art exhibition, an early childhood leadership award luncheon, the Santa Cruz County Regional Partnership Council of First Thing First celebrates the Young Child Community event. The University of Arizona Family Resources Center promoting both behavioral and mental health. Mariposa Community Health Center promoting the importance of wellness checks, dental care, and vaccines, and American Sign Language course at Nogales, Santa Cruz County Libraries. Now, therefore, I, Jorge Maldonado, Mayor of the City of Nogales, Arizona, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Early Childhood Education Awareness Month. Thank you. Ms. Padilla? And Mr. Velasquez called and he excused that he wasn't going to make it. Thank you. Number 11, orders, consideration and possible action of order 2025-04-011, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing a budget transfer of an amount not to exceed $125,541 with 06 from the general fund reserves to Parks and Rec Department for the purchase and installation of HVAC unit to be located at the Palo Duro restaurant. Second. Any discussion? You want to give an explanation?
Of course. Hello.
Go ahead.
So as you are all aware of, Palo Duro has been going under some amazing renovations. We just had the mayor's event there. But unfortunately, when they went on the roof to inspect the HVAC units, they came to the realization that they are not working anymore. So since it is an unexpected expense, this is why I'm here, to ask you for a budget transfer so that we can get the building up and running.
Okay. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Motion passes. Number 12, ordinance. Consideration possible action of ordinance 02025 2024-004-003, an ordinance of the City of Nogales, Arizona, amending the Nogales City Code, Chapter 10.5, Health and Sanitation, Article in general, by creating and adding new section 10.5-1 through 10.5-5, establishing a commission on disability issues, CODI, with Michelle Ramirez as first chairwoman.
Second.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilman Doyle.
Well, I haven't had, they just gave me this today, and there was no general information about what's going to go on. And before I myself want to proceed with starting a commission that the city is undertaking, I'd like to at least be able to go through the information and be able to get, make a decision that I feel comfortable with down the road. I like what I read as far as having a commission on this. I think it's important, but I'd like to see how it's really going to operate. And right now, I don't have that information. I don't know if I can make a motion to table it at this point.
There's a motion and a second already.
Motion on the table, so you'd have to vote. If it's a unanimous vote, it goes through tonight. If it's not a unanimous vote, it comes back for a second reading.
Yeah, I can't support this until I'm familiar with it.
Mayor, may we have Dr. Bejarano and Michelle Ramirez? This is a project that Michelle Ramirez, Dr. Bejarano, we had a bunch of meetings to get this commission going. And if you would like for more information, Councilman Doyle, today, that's why I brought Dr. Bejarano and Michelle Ramirez so for further explanation. So if you might step up to the podium, please.
Go ahead, Dr. Bejarano, please.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there a board already with Mariposa Clinic?
Not for this, ma'am. No, what this board is about is to, actually, it's a non-funded board, but it's representation of the city of Nogales and the local providers of the community. Mariposa is a big proponent, so is DDD, and so is all the school districts and all the people that provide services. So merely what this board does is very simply gathers the people together to come across and bring the ideas and decisions as to how do we make neurodiversity a common word that is not a bad word, but a positive word, and so that we can provide services. It's not affiliated to any agency or any party or anything like that. It's just a group of invested individuals and organizations that want to bring light to a dark subject. And also with that, be able to bring additional services. We look at if we could join with the city of Nogales, then that also puts us a little bit more on the map to be able to talk to other people, to come on down to Nogales to see what we have here. Now, our partners from across the border work with the same population that we work with, and we have a really good communication and program. And in fact, Ms. Montiel and Mr. Bojorquez, you were part of that binational international group where we went to the border, we met the mayors, exchanged flags, and then that flag ended up going to Phoenix. And that really helped to bring more light to the needs of our community because Senator Galvedon did make a presentation to the Senate as to autism. So those efforts do help. And we have a continued work effort with our community and our community leaders and the input. That's what we're looking for. It's a guidance. It's not that we have a budget or requesting a budget or anything like that. It's just that we are a city that welcomes people of need, and we're willing to address those needs and hopefully have the services available for them to grow, explore, and be part of the community instead of back in the closet at the house or what have you. The word, it used to be a very common thing, so we explore it, we embrace it, we work with it. Is it a difficult job? It's a very difficult job. first things first is they're constantly working with the kids when they're starting at the very beginning. Our pediatrics department is quite aware of what the needs are, and we look for the deficiencies in the children, and we have services available for that. What we work as mental health, and this just recently began in 2022, was that Mariposa saw a need, and we were lucky enough to get a grant to get this started. And believe me, when we started, it was such a needed venture to have actually psychiatry available to all people in the community, not just patients of Mariposa, to bring additional therapists to the community, to have telemedicine in the community. So we're not just here for anyone, we're here for everyone. And that's what we want to do. We want to spread the word, spread the knowledge. And I thank you, the community, and I thank the police department because those decals are beautiful. When I saw a picture of the decals, I just fell back. Now the sheriff's department is doing another vehicle, the Cobra, 2004, I believe, Cobra. They're gonna decal it also, and so that means that not only the city but also the county is getting involved in what we're doing. And our fire departments are fantastic, and they work, and they're also very educated as far as neurodiversity is, because when they are attending those people, the people of need, they know what the needs are and how to handle them. Our police officers are aware that you just can't walk up to a person that's neurodivergent. As an officer, you have to be a little bit more gentle. And that's all knowledge that has been passed down through the years that I have been here to involve the community. And that's what we're doing. We're just spreading the wealth just a little bit more, and hopefully be able to advertise a little bit more, to look at what Nogales is doing. We became the first in the nation to have a proclamation on neurodivergence. Wow, that was amazing. We're leading the pack instead of following the pack. We're breaking ground instead of waiting for somebody else to break down. And that's what we want to do here. And that's what I'm here. Is it, like I said, it's a dedication. It's a calling. The people that work in this field could be making money elsewhere, but we're here, and we're devoted to the city of Nogales and the community around us. And that's why we're here. I've been here for 22 years. And the question is, when are you going to retire? I think never. I don't want to retire because I love what I do and I have a passion for it. I'm the first in the morning and to be here because we have that need to start seeing people at 7 o'clock in the morning for mental health. Who would have thought it? And I'll tell you what, the people that show up at 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, they're there. They hardly ever miss because they want to come in, get their service, and be able to go to school and be able to go to work. So, we're molding and we're changing to meet the needs of our community. We're developing programs, autism programs. We want to do a men's group, a mental health, a men's group, which is unheard of at this point. We want to have a father's group. Eventually, hopefully, we'll expand into more substance abuse in the future. But right now, we're growing. We have a cafecito where we bring the elderly in that are lonely, that have no other support mechanism. When we provide transportation and bring them in and give them some coffee, but at the same time, they're learning something new. Last week, they made a kite, which is perfect for the weather that we have right now. Whether they're going to go out there and do it, I don't know, but at least they made it. Okay? And those are the things that we're doing. So it's not just the little kids, it's all the way. And we combine our efforts, I think we'll succeed better. Okay?
So, Mr. Doyle, the way this will operate is that it is a hub for the community, for families to be able to connect with each other, other agencies that provide the services, as well as advocate for their needs. Why the city? Because you guys are the experts in policy making, and this can help tremendously for funding, let's say, for like ADA compliant buildings, parks and rec. So there's a lot of components that can be added to it. None of these agencies are going to be requesting money. We have our own type of funding, so we're not going to require any of that.
And Mr. Doyle,
yes, sir.
Sorry, if I could I just wanted to point out that the packet that was provided is just basic information about autism and the problems and solutions and things. The key information's in the ordinance that's in the agenda packet, which basically just establishes this as a commission of the city. It's unpaid appointments, just like your planning and zoning commission, your parks and rec advisory commission. It's advisory only. All they do is that they're there to meet and to provide suggestions and recommendations to the city with regard to this subject matter. So they would be gathering all of the information on the subject matter, just like your Parks and Rec Committee and your Planning and Zoning Commissions and your other committees and boards, and then providing recommendations to the council on how to address those issues as you go down the road. So the members are unpaid, they're appointed, just like your other boards and commissions. They would meet, they have to comply with the open meeting law, just like your other boards and commissions. So it's essentially, that's what's in the, although this looks like a big packet, it's mostly providing basic information of what resources are out there, what the shortcomings are and stuff, which is what this commission is intended to gather and put together and educate the council on.
No, I can see this is a very important commission, but for that reason, I was concerned that we didn't get more information before we approve something like this. And the reason that I ask, another thing for legal, would be that, okay, first I was going to ask Dr. Bejarano, are you going to be on the board?
I'd like to be on the board, yes, sir.
You're planning to be on the board.
I would like to.
See, that's very important.
I requested to be on the board.
Because the reason is, we need really people on the board that in case there's something comes up, because you know how disgruntled parents can get.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes you just can't meet their needs.
Yeah.
And the first thing they're going to want to do is sue the city.
And that is the other side of us, to educate the constituents and the processes and the reasonings of why we're not able to do certain things because of policies, procedures, requirements, and whether it's at a local level or state level.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, because you're legal, anybody can sue anybody.
Right.
And we don't want you to be encumbered with the lawsuits where we need you.
Right, but establishing a commission doesn't result in any potential liability for the
It would
city.
be my concern if depending who the board is. Now we start with, do you already have the other board
So in your
members?
packet.
Page 8, Mr. Doyle, page 8.
Pardon?
Page 8, you see the members.
On this one.
No, but in the ordinance, it establishes how the makeup of the commission is. There's designated organizations that will have representation on that commission.
Right.
So,
but this, you gave me this now a few hours ago.
I sent you the digital copy.
Well, no, the ordinance
more than 48 hours ago.
establishes, the ordinance that's part of the packet
Okay.
establishes how the board is made up.
Okay.
What organizations, those organizations can choose.
Okay, so here I don't see the names of the board members, right?
Right, because it's the agency.
Yeah.
The board members can always change, but the agency has to be involved. Yeah. Yes, you do.
Yes, this is
Okay.
just establishing the commission, then it would come back for the appointment of the members. So this is the first step.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
We're
So-
just trying to get the commission.
Right now, I'm very happy to hear that you're going to be on the board.
My vote, my vote.
He just wants you to be on the board. Just
Yeah, because I know this man is very qualified.
Yes,
you know what I
he is.
mean?
Very.
He can take care of those issues with any disgruntled parent or anything. That gives me a lot of peace of mind.
And we do
And
that.
I thank you for.
And we do that a lot. And we come to, I'm going to say for 99% of the time, we come to a resolution and understanding. And it's about educating the parents. That's what we want to do.
That's right.
Okay. And there's no promises that are made. What we tell them is we'll do our best to try to help you and to try to get you the service that you need. So, for us, I'm not going to promise something that I can't deliver. That's not mental health. Because you're setting somebody for failure. So we do, and we work with the parents and we guide them step by step. And that's one of the things that Michelle is. She has a lot of good contacts and very knowledgeable as to the process. So we work through that process as to going, and we're there with the parents, step by step. And we work with the schools, and we participate in CFTs, and we go to the IEPs to make sure that that we're able to provide what we say we're going to provide. And if we can't, then we can't identify. Okay?
And this commission isn't not just like disabilities as we think, intellectual, cognitive, physical. There's also chronic, and there's also veterans. There's a section for veterans under OIFA, which is the Office of, can I say it?
Individual and family.
Yes, Individual and
Affairs.
Family Affairs, yes.
Good, I'll go visit you.
So yeah,
So it's a lot of different
I really
components.
appreciate your support and your involvement in our community, because you've always been an asset to this community.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you for coming over tonight and answering the questions. Like I said, you gave me the peace I needed. And,
Yes, sir.
And for a great job with what you're doing.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
I'm content.
For clarification, the composition of the membership of this commission is made up as described in the ordinance, where there'll be one member from the Arizona Developmental Disabilities Planning Council, a member from the Office of Individual and Family Affairs, OIFA, a member from the Division of Developmental Disabilities, DDD or Access, and then 3 members from Mariposa Community Health Center, and then 1 community member. So that's how the board will be made up, of that commission will be made up. So it has that representation of those other organizations, your local Mariposa Health Center, and a community member. And again, the intent of this board or commission is to gather information and gather details on the subject matter and make recommendations to the council. So they're not taking any action, they're not incurring expenses, they're not binding or causing any liability to the city. They're essentially there as a support for the city to provide information and recommendations on how to address the needs of this group of individuals.
Mr. Estes, I have Mayor, I have 2 questions. So on the makeup of commissioners, Michelle, there's 8, right? You have total seats here 7?
7.
Yes. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So you have 7 total seats?
Yes,
Was it
there's
8?
actually 7, so.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's just a little thing. But Mr. Estes, on the other thing I was going to ask you, so are the meetings going to be held at the city, like the, Appeals Commission and all the other commissions we have? Or is it going to be taken care of
It'll be up
somewhere
to
else? Or I know those are housekeeping stuff.
It'd be up to the board. Once the board gets formed and is functioning, then they set up, like your other boards and commissions, they'll set up their own, for housekeeping purposes, how often they want to meet, where they want to meet. It still has to follow the open meeting law, so there still has to be agendas, it has to be noticed, those types of things.
But the city's not going to incur, or one of the directors or anybody like that is going to take that job upon them where they have to do an agenda, like I know with the commissioners.
Yeah, the only thing,
we get all that prepared. Like I'm in the insurance committee, there's always an agenda ready by HR and all that. This is not the case.
yeah, what this provides is that there would be a designated secretary who would be a city staff member who would assist with having those responsibilities of making sure that the agenda gets posted, that the meetings are recorded, that they follow the open meeting law, those things. So just like we do with the support of our other boards and commissions, the city would take on that responsibility for the publication and noticing of those public meeting notice agendas and things.
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
Is that a city employee? Is it designated by the city staff, or
It's
is it
city staff.
or is it a volunteer from the city?
As it says in the proposed ordinance, a city staff person shall be assigned to fulfill the responsibilities of a secretary, which responsibilities include the submission of notices and agenda materials to all the members of the board and commission, ensuring that the notices are posted in accordance to open meeting law, and keeping and maintaining the minutes, and providing for an accounting of the proceedings of the meetings, which is what,
Will be paying for that.
it's a city employee. We do that for all of our,
That's what I mean, she'll be on the clock.
yeah, we do that for all our boards and commissions to make sure that we are complying with the open meeting law requirements.
Just wanted to clarify that we don't have any violations. Right. Again, I want to thank Michelle and Doctor for stepping up to the plate on taking an important commission for this community. You know, it is. It's we got so many people that need special attention or guidelines or even direction or parents that need advice, they can all come to is this when they have meetings, they can come and this where they'll find direction?
They'll find direction. We're still working through the process of how we're going to conduct the meetings and also how we're going to disseminate the information out. And that's a working process right now. Like this is the beginning. So of course we're going to take all input because we want to make sure that we're doing it in a correct manner and that we're documenting everything and that we have a historical document, which is kind of good because it gives us like a playbook for the following years. In case somebody's replaced, there's going to be an SOP, a standard operating procedure. You were military, correct? And that's what we do.
Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Again, it's in good hands, and I believe with any kind of help that the city can give, even if it doesn't, I think you'll still be very successful at it. You'll succeed. You'll meet your goals that you have. But we're here to help.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Hold on, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, well, I was going to make a comment regarding I had a concern with the secretary, but Mr. Estes already clarified that. And I just want to say that this is a good commission. I think we need one here in the community. We need people to advocate for those special residents. And I myself sit on the board of the Santa Cruz Training Programs, and I know that we need people to advocate for these people, for the people with special needs. And I think it's a great commission.
Ms. Montiel.
Before we close, I want to say hello to your grandmother. I just realized that's Mrs. Palomares. Thank you for being here and supporting their efforts. Thank you, Edna.
Thank you. And I also support what you guys are doing, and it's something that those people really don't have the support of everybody. And Bejarano, thank you for what you guys are doing. Mr. Doyle, have you changed your mind?
Yes, I have.
I would like to just back there is Michelle's father, Mr. Efrain Ramirez.
Mucho gusto. Mr. Kramer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for doing this. It's certainly a long-needed benefit for a lot of these people. Frank, we've gone back for the days that we served together, a few years.
Thank you.
Certainly with mental health, it's a concern. We chatted with that when I was working at Nogales High School in CERT. The only question I have is, where's when you're going to help, and you said about IEPs, where then is the city fall into this with this commissioner when you're going to help maybe parents with IEPs at the school districts?
No, it doesn't involve the city as far as it's a school district thing. And so we work with outside sources with the commissions north of us that come and provide all the training. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So we have parent trainings that come from Phoenix to train not only the parents on like the IEP process, but also the educators, because a lot of times educators also have questions as to what are they supposed to do and what are they not supposed to do, what is legal, what is not. And the process can take a longer time locally, so we kind of offer the two, but that'll be through like Mariposa.
Through Mariposa, working with the school districts for the teachers.
Working in providing the service to the school districts. Okay.
If they,
Yeah, we promote it. We find a subject of interest that we have concerns about. And so then we look for people that are the experts in that field. And then we advertise to anyone in the community who wants to come in. And so we do have a lot of teachers in our schools that want to come in to learn if there's something new. Okay, so they get that information along with the parents. And so it also educates the parents to be able to advocate for themselves, okay, which is a very important thing. Knowledge is king,
right?
And it's good for the schools to know that, hey, we're on the right track here. So it's not about, oh, you guys aren't doing your job. It's about how can we improve the process and help you.
Exactly, and I commend you for that because there's a lot of misunderstandings even with parents, and
of course,
and I think that's very important. And certainly, you mentioned Volk Rehab, and certainly then you'll be working with Arizona at work in those categories certainly as well, with even adults too. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me, and thank you. Certainly, it's important.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. With that said, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City
Thank you,
Council.
Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
We're here to help. Thank you. Item 2, consideration possible action of ordinance 2025-04-004, an ordinance of the City of Nogales, Arizona, amending the Nogales City Code, Chapter 18, Traffic and Motor Vehicle, Article 7, Public Transportation Service Vehicle by amending Section 18-307, Taxi Meter, providing for repeal, for conflicting ordinance, providing for severability, providing for penalties, and providing for an effective date.
So move, Mayor. Second.
Okay. Any comments on this? Mr. Joe, would
Yeah,
give
no,
us a
just
good explanation on
well,
this?
let's, again, we're getting ourselves into from 2000 to 2025. I think it's important, but I think it's important not only for our taxi drivers, because they're still spending money for the old meter. We're getting them up to date with tablets, iPods and such. And if they have this mechanism working, it's not going to be phones. We're making sure. And of course, with police, we've already ran this through. But it's going to be a good thing for them because the taxi drivers will be able to use that, because then they also let's think of it as a Lyft or Uber facet. So they'll be able to get whatever taxi they want. They'll be able to know how much it's going to cost from wherever they're on Terrace. If they need to get to JCPenney, it's going to be the cost right there on the app. And so probably even help with the payment and everything. So we're streamlining this for not only for the taxi drivers, because that meter costs, I believe, $400 to $450. We're going to help them with that. And we're going to help the people that patronize our taxi drivers.
Any questions? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
And hopefully I didn't break any copyright by saying Lyft and Uber. I'm not a sponsor of them.
Number 13, executive session. Move to go into executive session. Second by Mr. Bojorquez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Move to executive session. Thank you. Welcome back. We convene from executive session. We go to item, the motion to reconvene from executive session. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we come back. Number 14, discussion item. 1, discussion and possible action regarding the position of city clerk and acting city clerk.
Yes, Mayor. We were presented with an ADA from the clerk, and we find the position is a hardship. We need to find a full-time city clerk. I move to reassign Ms. Letty Robinson to an available position that she's qualified for and advertise for a full-time city clerk, while Ms. Judy Armandadis acts as the interim until the city clerk is hired.
The mayor mentioned that you don't count anything. It's a council decision.
On my employee? On my employee?
The council,
Well, Judy's my employee.
she's a city employee.
Can we look at it?
If that's something that you want to look at, I mean, if, you know, is there a concern with her continuing to do those duties?
As we talked, and that was,
Or we can look at bringing in an interim solution as well. So if you want
first,
to amend, you can amend the motion to just say that the
we'll continue with our clerks like we were doing, with having Judy as an interim.
as the acting city clerk.
Not interim.
She was the acting city clerk.
So I amend it to an acting city clerk.
Trustees, I have to abstain, right? Because I'm not going to vote for Judy's my sister.
If you want to, yes.
Yeah, I abstain.
So acting or interim?
Acting and interim, it's the same
Okay.
thing. It's filling that position until the position is hired as a permanent position.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a first.
Yeah, that's the motion to read.
Who seconded?
There hasn't been a second yet.
Any discussion? Are you all in favor?
Aye.
Against? Nay? Okay. So it's a 5-1.
Yes.
We're gonna jump because of time from, unless you have something urgent, mayor's report, future items. Because legal, I know you have to travel. I move to adjourn this meeting. All in favor? Aye.